Hello, hope I'm audible and visible. Can someone confirm if I'm audible and visible? Yes, thank you so much for the confirmation. Hi guys, I'm Anish and I'm here on behalf of the National Law Training Institute. Firstly, thank you so much for joining in. It really means a lot to us to see uh, a lot of you have joined in today for this live All India Open Mock with Arjit Bansal. Arijit is here with us today. He got an All India rank of 7 in CLAT 2024, the CLAT that was recently held in December 2023. So we started this initiative last year with a couple of toppers who were also NLTI mentors, giving mocks live with CLAT aspirants. This really helped people to get into the groove and understand what really needs to be done, the extra edge that a CLAT topper has over other aspirants who fail to convert their dream law school. So that is why this initiative was started, whereby you give mock live with the CLAT topper. In today's case, we have Arjit Bansal who will be appearing for this mock live. Arjit was also shared the mock PDF at the same time when you were shared. So he has no extra advantage or undue advantage whatsoever. If anything, you guys have an additional advantage because Arijit, I'm assuming he did not have the time to go through the entire GK for the last 3-4 months. But you guys, I'm assuming again, are constant with your general knowledge preparation and have been keeping in touch with the GK. So if anything, you guys have an additional edge over Arijit who will be appearing for this mock. So let me tell you how we'll run through this. So the mock is now visible on the portal. Uh, so if you do not have a printout of the mock till now, what you can do is go on chatnlti.com, see your account, your dashboard, then click on My Packages, and there you'll see Live All India Mock. And uske niche there will be two options, one for the PDF and one for attempt. Like you have in other portals like Legal Edge and all, you will be able to attempt the mock if you do not have the PDF. If you have the PDF, what is, and this is suggested from our end also, that you take a printout, because the mock PDF was given to you beforehand. You should have taken a printout by now and attempt the PDF, attempt the mock on an OMR sheet, and then at 4 p.m. after you are done with the mock, you would punch in your answers on the portal along with Arijit. You will be seeing your live ranking as in when people submit their answers, and you'll also see how Arijit has fared as compared to you guys. And then what we'll do is, like, after you are done attempting your mock on the portal, punching in your answers around 4:20, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then Arijit will start with the analysis of this mock at 4:30. This analysis is the best part about this mock, because ultimately this analysis will tell you what is the difference between the approach that a CLAT topper follows and the approach that you guys follow. Any doubt that you might have in any question, Arijit will be taking it up. It will be a very comprehensive analysis in toto, and all your doubts will be covered. The mock quality will be commented upon by a CLAT topper, and any doubt that you might have with regard to how to approach a question, which sequence to follow, which section to do first, how to attempt an OMR sheet, how to uh, fill the bubbles, all these things will be covered in the analysis session by Arjit Bansal. So if you have any doubts, please let me know. Arijit, I hope you are here with me. Any words of encouragement for all the people who have joined us today, and any thoughts before we start? Also, everyone, you all are encouraged to turn on your videos. There's no point sitting uh, in front of a laptop if your videos are not turned on. The entire point of this mock is that you appear um, in real time along with other people, along with the CLAT topper, and you see where you are going wrong and where you are going right. And part of it is that you see each other while appearing for the mock to get into that groove of giving a CLAT exam. Arijit, if you are here with us, it would be great if you could turn on your video and talk to the aspirants before we start the mock. Yeah, you're. I can see you, Arijit. Yeah, are you saying something? You're not audible. Oh, wait, wait. Check now, Arjit, if you can unmute yourself.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible.
Yeah, you're audible. Okay, hi everyone, I'm Arjit Bansal, and as Anish so graciously introduced me, I was All India Rank 7 in track 2024. And today it's just like any other mock that you've ever given or any other AIOM you might have already given. So you do not need to take any added stress that there is some other high risk reward situation going on over here. Just be normal, solve it like you solve all your other mocks, and I'll also be solving it like I used to solve mocks throughout the last year. There is nothing particularly special about me. I'm not much different from you. I just gave the paper last year and now I'm appearing alongside with you. And as you pointed out, I have been reading the newspaper regularly, but I haven't been comprehensively revising GK like you guys. So you have an edge over me, and I'd really like if a couple of you are able to score more than me. I mean, a lot of you might score more than me, and then we'll be analyzing it together.
Yeah, right. Let me know, Arjit, when you are ready. I'll start the timer.
I'm ready. I'll start it right away.
Okay, great. Hi, right, guys. So I'm starting the timer in three, two, and one. Your time starts now. Hi guys, 5 minutes to go. Hi guys, the time is over now. You all can go to the website clatnlti.com and punch in your answers. Some of you have already punched in, including Arijit. However, I won't reveal the marks right now. You all go in and punch in your answers, um, and take around 20 minutes. We'll start with the analysis at 4:30. Hi Arjit, so sorry to keep you waiting. Just wait for 2 more minutes. People have texted me that they want. Yeah, yeah. Just start at like 4:28, 29 ish. Also, just try speaking something. I think I need to give you mod access again. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll give.
Yeah, I can speak now.
Cool, cool, cool. Arjit, you can start the analysis now. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure. Am I audible to everyone?
Yeah, you're
Like,
audible. You can also share your screen. You can share the test portal.
okay, wait. I think I got closed. I presented his name. Let me right now. uh, Okay, so is my screen visible now?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Okay, so here's how we're going to go about it. Firstly, I'm going to give a brief overview of the entire paper, of how it was, its difficulty, and a little bit of analysis on that. Then I'll go section by section, talking about each section briefly, explaining what exactly it was, how I went about it. And then finally, we're going to take up individual doubts, if that's all right. So if we talk about the overall paper, it was a moderate paper. I would not say it was too difficult, but at the same time, it wasn't exactly easy either. So it was a moderate paper, and as far as my attempting strategy goes, I generally attempt my paper in the order that it is given. I mean, the strategy was adopted because I have a habit of messing up the OMR. So a lot of times when I try to mix and match the sections, I end up messing up the OMR and losing marks. But that is the thing that I've developed. So now even if it was online, so the OMR can't really get messed up, I still followed that same order. That is, I first did English, then GK, then legal, then critical, and then finally qual. Now, if we talk about the individual sections, English was pretty easy and pretty straightforward. Most of the questions, like normal English goes, did not require a lot of analysis. You just had to read the passage, and most of the answers were in the passage itself. There weren't too many complex words either, and the vocab-based questions were also fairly easy, and the words weren't that complicated that you might not know the meaning of them. Then moving on to the GK part. Now, of course, I wasn't really in touch with GK, but the topics chosen were very relevant. And a lot of them have been relevant for a couple of years, which is why I was able to answer a couple of questions. But apart from that, the GK was very relevant and all the questions were pretty well made and the topics were chosen also pretty nicely. Because a lot of times people complain with GK that irrelevant आ रहा है, ये क्या आ रहा है, ऐसा कोई नहीं पूछ सकता. These topics are important and chances है कि इनमें से कुछ आ जाए. So these were important and good topics. Then moving on to legal reasoning, I did have a couple of issues with the legal reasoning part. I mean, a lot of questions in the wording, I was confused as to whether this wording should be different. And then for some reason, I'm not used to giving mocks on the portal, or maybe because of some glitch. About 7, 8 questions, I wasn't able to really punch in. But their explanations make sense, and there was one error in the explanations, but I think that has been fixed now. So if from questions 60 to 58 to 62, so if anyone saw the solutions and struggled with that, I think it has been fixed now. So we can see that again. So that has been fixed. And legal was moderate to difficult. It was on the difficult side as well, and there were a lot of ambiguities in there. Sometimes you had to think more. Sometimes two options seemed very close, and so the elimination process got a little harder. So legal was difficult. Same with critical reasoning. Critical reasoning was very well made, and a lot of options again were very close, and choosing which one was the right made all the difference. So critical reasoning was again moderate to difficult, and we'll discuss a lot of options in which it felt like they were close, and you had to decide which is the correct option. So that happened in a lot of questions over here. So that is something that you might want to discuss. And then finally, in quantitative aptitude, it was pretty easy. It was almost similar to the CLAT 2024 paper. And if you noticed, I mean, all the questions were fairly basic in terms of the concepts applied. You only need to apply ratio and proportions, percentages, and a little bit of basic calculation. Not a lot of complex operations were involved, probability, PNC, ये सब नहीं था. So it was fairly standard and pretty easy. So this is something that you should be able to attempt. In fact, for quant, I'd say at the very least, ये वाले topics तो कर ही लो. Apart from that, you start building up on other concepts. So that is pretty much it for all the individual sections. Now, if anyone has any questions related to a particular question or a particular passage, we can start discussing in depth. I mean, when I solved the paper, all the questions uh, were correct. When we're discussing QT, we will, you know. Let's go section wise. Let's take up English first. Does anybody have any issues with English? Like any question, any passage which you did not understand, any word which you'd like to discuss? Does anybody have any problems with English? Okay, assuming that nobody has any problems in the English section, we will move forward towards the GK section. I'm not entirely sure what kind of problems people can have in the GK section, but in case you have a problem with the GK section, do let me know. We can go through it once, or like if in a question you want to know how we went about eliminating the options, because a lot of times even if you do not know the GK, you can still eliminate the options and get to the correct answer, which was the case in a lot of these questions. So if that is something that you want to discuss, we can do that. You can raise your hand or you can drop the problem in the comment section. Moving on to the legal section. If anyone has any problem with the legal section, which I believe that a lot of people might have, so we can discuss that. I think somebody
Arjit,
is trying to speak.
one person has try like hand raise. Give me a sec.
Okay, by the time we're sorting that out, Amrita has raised her hand, but not entirely sure how
Amrita
to
now,
unmute her.
Amrita now you can unmute your mic. If you ask some doubts, address it, and Arjit will take.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you
Yes,
are
you are
audible.
audible.
Okay, I had a question in GK. I'm not able to find the passage. If you can just give me a second.
Yeah, sure. Parth, I'll take the general questions maybe at the end of the session for a couple of minutes and we can discuss about those things. Let's right now focus on the analysis of the paper itself. And Reena, yes, we did go through the English section once. I mean, nobody had any doubts, but of course, if you weren't able to raise your hand or speak at that moment of time, we can go back to the English section after the. So that is perfectly fine. Anmol Garg would also like to speak.
Anmol, now you can speak.
Uh, Hello, yeah, am I audible?
Yeah, you are.
Uh,
Yeah, you can.
So, yeah, generally I'm having doubt like in GK section, like as I gave CLAT 2024. So, in that exam, like most of the questions are related to passage, like that GK was like CR, like questions are directly related to the passage. So, like, I want to ask like how to deal with that type of person because we have limited time. Like, we can devote like maximum 10 minutes to GK. So, how to identify that the questions are related to the passage, or we have to answer them like without seeking the help of the passage. Like, this is my query.
all right. Again, that is a general question, not particularly related to this mock itself. But by the time you see searches for the question and passage in particular, I can discuss this briefly. So basically, first off, we are not sure what kind of GK will be coming in CLAT 2025 because 2023 में the GK came इस type की जिसमें you need to know the facts and then you answer, and in CLAT 2024 as you know it came कि passage में काफी सारे answers थे. So for that there are a couple of things. Firstly, जब हमने CLAT 2024 के questions read करना start किया, समटाइम्स ऑथर का मेंशन था कि अकॉर्डिंग टू द ऑथर ये स्टेटमेंट का क्या मीनिंग है, या फिर अकॉर्डिंग टू द पैसेज इस स्टेटमेंट का क्या मीनिंग है. तो जब इस टाइप के इंटरप्रिटेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस आने लग गए हैं, दैट मीन्स यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड किया कि जीके से ज्यादा मेरे को जैसा इंग्लिश सॉल्व कर रहा होता हूँ या क्रिटिकल रीजनिंग सॉल्व कर रहा होता हूँ वैसी वाइब आ रही है. व्हेन यू रियलाइज कि मेरे को ऐसी वाइब आने लग गई है जीके वाले क्वेश्चन से, दैट मीन्स मेरे को पैसेज पढ़ने की जरूरत है. Now, ideally, your time management should be in a way कि आप जीके में हर केस में पैसेजेस पढ़ लो. मे बी करेंट फॉर्मेट में भी 1 or 2 क्वेश्चंस यू कैन सॉल्व बेस्ड ऑन द पैसेज, और अगर entirely पैसेज बेस्ड आ गया तो you're definitely going to be in an advantage. Because in CLAT 2024, English मेरे को easy लगी थी and I solved it in about 15-20 minutes. Because of that, I was able to give extra time to GK. So ideally अगर इस टाइप की आई है जिसमें सिर्फ आंसर करना है, then of course GK does not require more than 10 minutes. But अगर पैसेज बेस्ड आ रही है, आपको लग रहा है इंटरप्रिटेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चंस है, then slow down, give a little more time to GK, and अपनी मैनेजमेंट भी ऐसी करनी स्टार्ट कर दो that if GK requires 15-20 minutes as well, you are able to give that time. It is possible to increase your reading speed and solve the paper in that amount of time, and that is something that you should be working on. और उस टाइप के में भी जिसमें जीके पैसेजेस में गिवन है काफी सारे आंसर्स अगर आपको पहले से पता थे तो पैसेज पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं थी. जैसे जो चंद्रयान वाला पैसेज था फॉर इंस्टेंस, अगर आपको ऑलरेडी पता है कि लैंडर का नाम क्या है, रोवर का नाम क्या है, तो यू कैन डायरेक्टली आंसर इट इंस्टेड ऑफ रिलाइंग ऑन द पैसेज. सो इट इज समथिंग दैट गिव्स यू एन एज इन टर्म्स ऑफ स्पीड if you know the answers already. So that is something which was more helpful for the students जिनकी स्पीड फास्ट थी पर जीके याद नहीं थी. अगर स्पीड फास्ट है जीके याद नहीं है तो वो वाला फॉर्मेट आपको हेल्प करेगा, बट अगर जीके याद है देन हर केस में आप एडवांटेज में रहो. सो दैट इज हाउ यू एबल टू आइडेंटिफाई कि हाँ इंटरप्रिटेशन बेस्ड क्वेश्चन है, दैट मीन मेरे को पैसेज पढ़ना है. इंटरप्रिटेशन बेस्ड नहीं है तो आई कैन आंसर डायरेक्टली. अगर मेरे को डायरेक्ट आंसर नहीं पता देन आई कैन गो थ्रू द पैसेज वंस वेरी ब्रीफ. सो जो जीके का क्वेश्चन बोला गया था, व्हाट हैपेंड टू दैट?
Yeah, okay, I got the sections all confused. I'm so sorry. It's section, I mean, it's the 6th question in the mock, so it's in the English section. If you could go to that, that's where I had my query.
The LGBTQ judgment passage.
Yeah, that was the one I had.
Perfect. Yeah, so do you want me to discuss the question in general, or will you like tell me what your doubt exactly is?
Yeah, that would be great. I actually got that one wrong, so.
Okay, so first let's briefly go through the passage once. So now in this passage you can see that it starts off with giving information regarding a judgment, that the center has taken a particular actions and then they link it with the Supreme Court judgment. The Supreme Court judgment of last year talks about again the 3:1, 3:2 split regarding giving constitutionality to gay marriage or same-sex marriage. So that is the underlying areas which are being discussed, and the main topic under discussion which is related to the current agenda is that a panel is being set up, a committee is being set up to explore this issue, because in the judgment the Supreme Court had said that this is something which we cannot do and the government needs to take a decision, and if the government passes a law only then same-sex marriage can be legalized. This is not something which the Supreme Court can. Now, if you look at the options over here, it is a basic question जो English में काफी बार आता है. It is give an accurate title. Now, a title needs to be short, but at the same time, it needs to cover the crux of the passage. Now, let's look at the options. Option A is the correct option, so let me analyze the other options first. Momentous day for the queer community. Now, if you look at this passage, first off, momentous day for the queer community just means it is an important day for the queer community. And generally, momentous is used in a positive sense. That is कि कुछ अच्छा हुआ है, something good has happened, and it is very important for the queer community. Now, if you look at the passage, committee is set up and it will examine various issues related to the queer community. Now, just because a committee is set up does not mean that anything good has happened yet. It means that it is a positive step. Something good might come out of it, something good might not come out of it. A committee might give negative opinions. A committee might say that nothing needs to be done for the queer community, which would result in it not being a very important day for the queer community. So, a committee being set up in of itself is not an entirely 100% assured, important, and positive thing. We can say yes, it is a step in the right direction if they actually go about. Then fine. Option C is a victory in inclusion. Again, a victory in inclusion is firstly very broad. Now, option B does at least talk about the queer community. Whereas if we say a victory in inclusion, inclusion can be of anything. Inclusion can be of different races, different castes, different minorities. It can be of anything. So if you look at a victory in inclusion, you would not really know what the passage you're about to read is going to be. For instance, if you read a title, you should have a brief idea as to what the passage might talk about. Now, if you read a victory in inclusion, you would not know what the passage is going to be about. It can be about racism. It can be about minority rights. It can be about anything. So again, a victory in inclusion is too generalized. Further, again, this is just a step forward. This is just a committee that is being formed. We can't really call it a victory just yet because we do not know where this committee is going to go. So it's not entirely a victory, but it is a step in the right direction. None of the above we generally ignore unless the first three options really seem wrong. If something seems vaguely right and another option is none of the above, you should generally prefer going for the vaguely right option because generally none of the above is not preferred. So now, but here that was not the case because if you read option A, Center's panel of queer rights, one step forward. Now, this is a perfect title for the passage because, again, the main thing that discussed in the opening passage is the center's notification of a committee to examine the various issues relating to the queer community. So again, a panel is being set up and it is going to explore the issues that the queer community faces. And then it says it is a one step forward. Now, first passage you need to focus upon to understand what the background is, what we're focusing on. And in the further following paragraphs, we talk about the history or the context of the entire judgment. So that is not the main point of the passage, it is context. The main point was the current judgment, the current situation, and analyzing it. So the Center's panel for queer rights was the main point that we are analyzing, and at the end, the author does say these are progressive aspirations, but they remain in the tentativeness of the future. So they are positive aspirations, they are progressive aspirations. So that means it is a step forward, but we do not really know where it's going to lead. So therefore, option A was the correct option. Do you have any issues? Is there any other option which called out more to you? Uh, who was it that asked the question? I hope it has been clarified. If you want, I can go passage by passage, discuss each passage, and if you have any questions, you can ask passage wise. Okay.
Yeah.
Pradosh, Amrita can't
Sorry,
unmute herself.
Amrita, give me a sec. Yeah, Amrita, you can unmute now.
She got disconnected. Okay.
Aradhana, just give me a sec. I'm unmuting Shreyans first, and followed by that, I will unmute you. So, Shreyans, I've unmuted you. You can open like the mute. I mean, your audio is open, so you can talk.
So according to me, the question 35 in GK is wrong.
Question 35 in GK.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, I got it wrong as well. As far as I know, it is voter verifiable paper audit trail. Yes.
Yes. It should be D.
Yeah, it is voter verifiable paper audit trail only.
Okay.
Okay, so I guess इसका bonus marks देंगे. It will be fixed. Great.
Yeah, it
Thank you
was.
for
I guess
pointing that out.
it was with Portal. We will rectify it. Sorry for the thing cost.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, perfectly fine. Now there are a couple of GK questions which are wrong. I did not have enough confidence in my GK to doubt that. So again, GK questions, if they are wrong, we'd have to discuss properly. It might be an issue with the answer with the portal, so we can discuss that. Okay, Amitas, you understood your point of reasoning, but I found option A to be bit of a niche option. So understand when we're giving a title to the passage, it needs to be a little niche because when you read a title, you should know what the passage of following is supposed to be about. So if it is not even a little niche, then what would happen is it is going to be too weak and it won't reflect the passage properly. So what option did you mark for it? Did you mark option D? Ah, yeah. So as I talked about, you can't if you choose a very general title, you're generally going to go wrong because you need to understand we are not looking for a very general or vague term when we're giving a title. If I go back to the question that we talked about option C, and it says a victory in inclusion. Again, just because a committee or a panel is set up, we can't really say it's a victory. And that too in inclusion is again a very general topic. If it was also talking about other types of inclusion and it was giving concrete evidence as to why something is positive, then we could say yes, a victory in inclusion. This is a victory in inclusion. Maybe if it was, even if it was the landmark judgment, and actually the ratio had not been 3:2, it had been 2:3, and same-sex marriage had been given constitutional validity. Then maybe a victory in inclusion would be correct. Then maybe momentous day for the queer community would be correct. But here, no exact victory has happened yet. We are moving towards a victory. There are progressive aspirations, but it is tentative. We are not really sure whether the commission is going to do something positive or not. So something this tiny, which is just a morsel of hope, we can't really say it's a victory. And that too in inclusion again being a very broad statement because inclusion again, as I said, it can be about anything. It does not have to specifically deal with LGBTQ plus community. So whenever you're giving a title to a passage, you need to make sure that it is not too specific so as to not cover the entire passage, but also it should not be too vague so that anything can apply. So it has to be niche, and you need to understand what the main point of the passage was. Here, the main point, the main thing, the main reason for writing the passage was analyzing the center's notification for a committee, and then the entire rest of the passage was giving context for that. And it wasn't really the main point of the passage. I think there was one more question in which I want to know if you did it right or not, which talked about the role of the passage. Okay. Uh, Amrita, have you attempted question number 8 and is it correct? So in question number 8, what is the main purpose of the passage? The correct option is informed about the formation of a panel to examine queer rights while laying out the surrounding context. So here also you can see that the main purpose of this passage was inform about the formation of panel and then the surrounding context was given. So just because the surrounding context was given does not mean that it was the main point of the passage or it should be in the title of the passage. Even in the last paragraph, it just talks about LGBTQI plus community and it says that a lot of manifestos did not include, the BJP's manifesto did not properly include the LGBTQI plus community. So that means, again, that is not a victory. That is in fact a problem. So there are progressive aspirations. We are moving in the right direction, but nothing proper has done. The immediate work ahead of the centers panel is again it talks about what the centers panel has to do, but it hasn't done yet. when you're analyzing it, the questions are not displayed. Okay, perfectly fine, Amrita, no problem. The question should be displayed when you click on the solutions button. If you can see my screen, when you click over here, the question should show up.
Aradhana, now you can speak. I guess Arjit is done with that question.
Yeah, like the next person can speak. Also, a general advice to everyone, sometimes when you move on to a question in the same passage, you can learn something new about the passage. For instance, over here, you got that question right through elimination. That is, you got question 8 right. So now now when you read this, you understand that this is what the question paper, the person who made the question paper was thinking. So now you can go back to question 6 and see it in a new light. That maybe the question paper was thinking, the question paper maker was thinking like that, and therefore question 6, more correct answer would be A. Because a lot of times you don't need to understand the passage, you need to understand what the question paper maker was thinking. Aradhana, your voice was not audible properly.
Am I audible now?
Yeah, yes, you are.
Could you please answer question number 16, 17, and 20th?
16, 17, and 20th. All right. Okay, so this is the alliance passage 16, 17, and 20. Yes. Okay, there are different passages. Okay. First, we'll talk about 16 in the alliance passage. So, this talks about this is an IR based passage. So, a lot of students struggle with IR passages, economics passages, and philosophy or psychology passages, and then also science and tech. So, in IR, by default, the passages are a little bit more difficult than normal because you need to understand geopolitics just a little bit to have an edge. So, here the passage talks about the Japanese Prime Minister changing his approach, increasing GDP and expenditure on defense, percentage of GDP allocates to defense, and then Japan-US relations. And then he analyzes it and gives a suggestion that, okay, this all is going on, and this is what needs to be happening. That is how he concludes that maybe instead of that hub and spokes approach, which is suggested, instead of that, more concrete alliances should be happening. Now, if we look at the question in particular, what is the purpose of the passage? Again, purpose of the passage, you need to understand two things. Whenever you're reading the passage, there are basically three different levels in which you need to understand the passage. The first level is very basic, what the people inside the passage is saying. That is, quotation marks में जो statements हमें नजर आ रही है, that. For instance, the aligning for to support a free and open Indo-Pacific. This is something to US-Japanese relations ने बोला या फिर US ने बोला या Japan ने बोला. This is something to people inside the passage ने बोला. This is one thing. You move a step further and then you see what the author is saying. बाकी सब पूरा author बोल रहा है. And it is not necessary कि जो quotation marks में कोई और बंदा बोल रहा है. That is something which the author agrees with as well. So you need to analyze it and understand author क्या बोलना चाह रहा है. Then move one step further, which is a step which most people miss. You need to understand what the question maker is thinking. Because a lot of times you're not just analyzing the passage for yourself, you need to tap into the psychology of the person who made the questions and then understand कि वो किस approach से इस question की तरफ आया, उसने ये question क्यों बनाया और उसके हिसाब से correct answers क्या हो. And generally एक passage पे एक ही बंदा सारे questions बनाता है, so you can take a couple of cues from the questions itself कि अगर एक purpose पूछ रहा है मेरे को इसका आंसर पता चल गया तो बाकी question में मैं ये knowledge use कर सकता हूँ. So instead of just analyzing the passage and the author, also try to analyze the question maker. Now, let's look at the options. Informing the reader about the closeness of US-Japan relations. If you look at the passage, it does not really say kitne close hai, if they are close or not, how close they are. It doesn't really talk about that. It just says, okay, yes, they are close. These are the foreign policies being adopted. This is what's happening. And this is their approach. It does not really talk about the closeness that much. The closeness of US-Japan is just the context which is given. Then the B is the correct option. So let's move on to C and D first. Criticizing the lack of interconnection with the wider Indo-Pacific region.
Okay, now the author does talk about the lack of interconnection with the wider Indo-Pacific region in this paragraph. The structure no longer reflects reality and is suboptimal way. But you need to understand that this is again just added context. This is added information given to support his main argument. It is not the argument itself, and not the entire passage is about this. So even if you remove this paragraph from the passage, the arguments still make sense. Maybe they are a little weaker, but they are still making sense. The purpose of the passage is something which, if you remove from the passage, the entire passage breaks down. It stops making sense because then you're like, लिखा क्यों है ये? Why did you write this passage? अगर ये वाली information दी ही नहीं. If I remove this, then again an opinion of the author is coming forward. And if an opinion of the author is coming forward, then the reason of writing the passage is still actualized. So you need to understand the purpose of the passage is always opinionated. The author has an opinion which he wants to convey, and that opinion is something which is the purpose of the passage. Moving on to option D, advocating for the potential of Japan as a future close American partner. This again is not correct. It is not entirely correct. It is not exactly making sense either or in line with the passage, because it is not a future close American partner. It is talking about close alliance of Japan and USA. So they're already close allies and they're talking about their relations with each other. So if we say that they will be good allies in the future, we're not making sense. So through elimination, we have reached option B. But even if you read option B in of itself, with respect to a new development in US-Japan relations, first half of the passage, new development in US-Japan relations. These efforts demonstrate Japan's determination to do more. This has happened. Japan's Prime Minister will arrive in USA. They have talked about their new vision. This is new development in US-Japan relationship, advancing a new policy posture. Now then, these passages generally give context. They explain the current policy posture, they explain the problems with the current posture, and then they say what needs to be done. It is time to make the US-Japanese alliance the hub of a growing confederation of regional groupings. Now, this also gives added background as to say why is Japan important. So, and then finally promoted this, included, yeah, this also gives added background as to why Japan is important. But here, the main purpose of the passage comes out. It is time to make the US-Japanese alliance the hub of a growing confederation of regional groups. Also, you need to understand if the passage is criticizing something and not giving an alternative reasoning, then you might feel that the passage is क्यों लिखा है, just to criticize something. You'll all मतलब even if in a logical fallacy, if you read a passage, you'll say यार ये सब criticize कर रहा है, you will find यार ये passage अच्छा नहीं लगा मुझे, या फिर it is not valuable. Yeah, even it can be a question that what is the logical flaw in an argument, and you will say that they're just attacking something without giving alternate reasons. So here they talk about how that structure is not important throughout the passage, but then they also talk about what needs to be done. So इसीलिए this is what needs to be done, and that was the main purpose of writing the passage. Is this clear? Perfect.
Yes, thank you.
Now the other question was 17, I'm assuming, right? 17 and 20. Okay. So in this passage, it was about Bengaluru's water crisis, and it talked about how urbanization has increased, the vegetation, trees, and water has decreased, and how people living in Bengaluru are suffering. This is the problem. Then it gives solution that you can do rainwater harvesting. Day zero is closed. The people need to adopt more water-friendly approaches, like rainwater harvesting, and then they also talk about wastewater treatment. Now let's look at the question in of itself. What approach does the author advance to solve Bengaluru's water crisis? Option A is to pick one side of the problem and concentrating efforts to solve it. No, the passage does not focus on just one aspect of it. The passage throughout has talked about various approaches. It has talked about how urbanization is increasing is one reason. It talks about how the sustainable practices are not being followed. It talks about wastewater management. It talks about rainwater harvesting. It gives examples of a place where it has happened before. So it talks about all the aspects related to it, and it does not focus on one side of the problem and concentrating efforts to solve it. To collect data on the problem and then approaching with a solution, not exactly. The passage already gives all the relevant data and then talks about the solutions. It does not ask you to collect data and then solve it. It collects data on itself and then gives you the solution entirely. Then to assemble researchers to study the matter and then act on the recommendations. This is entirely irrelevant throughout the passage. It never says that more data or more research is needed. The passage in of itself is filled with stats and figures, and it gives all the relevant data and then says, try doing these things to solve it. And option B is the best option because it talks about to consider the issues from different aspects. Of course, it seems a little vague, but first off, through elimination, you reach option B. But secondly, throughout the passage, you see, it does not stick to a particular approach. There are so many paragraphs in the passage, and each paragraph talks about a different approach to solving it. Each paragraph talks about a different problem in terms of why water scarcity is happening. And then, firstly, it talks about community needs to work. Then it talks about rainwater harvesting. Then it talks about restored lakes and rejuvenated lakes. And then it finally talks about water treatment. So it covers a wide variety of issues, and therefore, that is why. Okay, since the author is giving stats, shouldn't C be an appropriate answer? No, so read the question. What approach did the author advance to solve Bengaluru's water crisis? The author is never saying collect stats and then approach with a solution. He is not collecting stats. If it was about we need to do surveys and then find out the problem, and then based on those surveys, we need to advance the policy approach. If that is what the passage was saying, then option C was correct. But here the data is readily available. The data is not something which needs to be collected. It is not like we need to have a survey. It is not like we need to properly measure how much water is happening or how much water we're getting or not. The data is already there. The data is very easily available and it is not something which you need to collect and analyze and approach according. The data is already there. The approach is already there. The main issue is considering all the possible reasons for why the problem is happening and then solving it in all fronts. That is what the author has mainly done. The data has just been given because, again, it is very easily available and it backs up his main arguments regarding the different issues that he has. Perfect. Moving on to question number 20. If anybody else has questions related to the same paragraphs or you, while I'm giving an explanation at that time you get confused, you can ask in the middle as well. That is perfectly fine. Okay, moving on to question number 20. Which of the following is likely to be the source of the passage? Now, this is a question, this is a type of question which a lot of people struggle with. Now, one very easy way of solving this problem is diversifying your reading. But that is easier said than done because jitna bhi diversify kar lo, a lot of times you are going to come across something which does not make a lot of sense to you. Let's look at the options because again, in these type of questions, I mean, even when you're reading it, you might get a basic idea. That is, if you've been reading newspapers daily and then you read this, what section of the newspaper does it assemble the most? Aradhana, what section of the newspaper that you've been reading daily does it resemble the most? Have you seen this kind of paragraph in a newspaper and which section does it look like?
I have been mostly reading editorials only.
Okay, so that is also the correct answer. This resembles an editorial the most because if you look at it, it is a person who is not directly related to the problem. He's not a policymaker. He's not a reporter. This is a person who knows the problem and he's just giving his own personal solutions which he has come up with. So this kind of analysis where a problem is presented and then the solutions are given is something which you generally read in editorials. Now, if you look at the options, again, a research journal paper. In a research journal paper, it is more research heavy. It will take a concept and it will go about explaining it more than solving a problem. Research journal papers generally, if it talks about a new discovery, Maybe a new discovery has been made which can solve water crisis, and then it talks about that. That is a research journal paper because you are learning something new. It is an analysis. A fiction novel. I hope none of you thought that this is an excerpt from a fiction novel. The water crisis in Bangalore is not fiction, and it is actually happening. So, of course, it was not from a fiction novel. A magazine on AI regulation. Again, this is entirely irrelevant because there are no talks about AI regulation in the entire passage. So let's move on to B. Now, first off, you need to understand what OPED means. OPED means the full form of it is opposite to the editorial page. So, in earlier, I think it is a term which evolved in America. In New York Times, it was first used, where apart from the editorial page, opposite to it, certain information was given, which was to counter the editorial page, and it was to give information out to the public about a public issue. In today's standards, generally editorials and OPED pieces are very close, and a lot of times they mesh together. Yeah, perfectly fine. I think now you understand that what an OPED piece means. It's generally to give some information to the public, and generally it resembles an editorial. But instead of an editorial can be about any issue like politics, कुछ भी अपनी मर्जी से, and OPED pieces generally are for the betterment of the public. So even here you can see it's concise in language, it describes the problem and then move on to solutions. That is the format of an OPED, and this is exactly what's happening over here. Perfect. Does anybody else have any issues in English? I think Reena had one, but I'm not sure if she's in the meeting or not. Okay. Who else raised their hand or raised an issue? Okay. Yes, okay. Yes, ma'am. Uh, you're not audible. Okay, let's move to question 69 and talk about it. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. Maybe due to some glitch or maybe because of my inability to really give more from the portal. I'm not used to it. I did not, my answer did not get registered. But at the same time, we can discuss this question. That's perfectly fine. Now, just to give a background, let's analyze the passage first. I'm sure if you've been practicing cases, if you've been studying basic legal principles, you know what strict liability entirely means. So the entire passage is mostly about strict liability, and it talks about the cases in which strict liability applies. And these are the essentials which are given. That is, if someone brings a dangerous thing which by its existence can cause harm, has escaped the premises of where it was brought, and it is not in the natural use of the land. Of course, if it is a forest which someone owns for some reason, and there is a tiger over there. So that does not apply that does not come under strict liability because a tiger being in the forest is a natural use of the land. Just a basic example. Now let's talk about this question in particular. Uh, you said a person who facilitates. Okay. You said a person who facilitates such activities, which is environmental pollution in this case. Okay. First, you want to talk about. Okay. Moreover, the judiciary has broadened the reach of strict liability, affirming its applicability not only to direct participants in hazardous activities, but also individuals involved in financing, supporting, or facilitating such activities. Right? Perfectly fine. For instance, if there is, let's say, a chemical factory and a person is running it, but I am the owner of it, or maybe I am the one who's entirely financing the harmful chemicals in it. If the chemicals leak out, since I am financing it, I am supporting it, I am also liable for the damage. Now let's look at the question. Anita owns a vast expanse of land near a residential area which she leases to Ra. Now first, you need to understand it has been leased. When something has been leased, it is no longer in the control of uh, Anita. For a period of time, Rahul is the one who's using it, Rahul is the one who owns it. Rahul facility deals with this, and a local environment activist group raises concerns. Perfect. Now, if you look at the options, now again, even in this entire passage, a lot of questions were there which I wasn't really entirely comfortable, because I thought this does not entirely relate to the passage at hand, but sure, we'll still try to solve them. And I had marked option B. I had come to option B. So let's see where the problem lies. Yes, Anita is liable because she provided the land for Rahul's faculty, thus enabling the waste disposal activity. Now, if it was a land which was still under the ownership of Anita, she had not leased it to Rahul, and then Rahul, she was just allowing Rahul to operate on the land. Then we can say, yes, she is liable because she provided the land. But when you're leasing something to someone, that means you are not liable for what is happening over there. Then it is Rahul's responsibility. कि भाई क्या कर रहे हो तुम देख. Option C, yes, Anita is liable because she should have been aware of the potential environmental risks associated with Rahul's facility. Again, not exactly because she has leased the land. Right now, she is not liable for anything which is happening over there. She's not related to anything which is happening over there. She is not involved in the day-to-day functionings, and it's not like she's actively giving the land to Rahul and actively facilitating it. It is just a piece of land which has been leased and then it is being used. For instance, a lot of properties which we own are technically something which the government has leased to us. That does not mean that if anything happens on our land, I'll come to that. That means if anything happens on the land, it does not really mean that the government is liable for it. Only we are liable for it. Because obviously, if it has been leased, that means no no liability of ours lies. No, it is not liable because Rahul is solely responsible for complying with environmental regulations. Again, so first we understand that no hona chahiye. Then out of these two no's, this is what makes most sense. Again, this is not something which satisfied me a lot because not directly involved in day-to-day operation of Rahul's facility. But out of these two options, Rahul is solely responsible. It's not entirely sure if he's solely responsible. Maybe another partner that we do not know of, but not directly involved in day-to-day operations is true. But it should include the fact that it has been leased to Rahul and Anita is not linked to it at all. So this was the best option. Now, if I take Aradhana's question, is she not liable because of the lease agreement? Yes, she's not liable because of the lease agreement. If she had just rented, the passage does not discuss the meaning of lease, that is perfectly fine. But if you read the passage, if you read the case in of itself, there are some terms which you do need to understand the meaning to. Right. Adherence to environmental regulations क्या होती है, ये क्या होता है, वो क्या होता है. Sometimes the passage just does expect you to know something. अब लीज में भी बेसिक थिंग क्या है कि अनीता ने राहुल को दे रखा है. In the entire passage you can also understand कि अनीता का कुछ लेना देना नहीं है. अनीता is not in contact with Rahul. Anita is not doing anything. Anita is not managing anything. So here, even if it was given, Anita has given land, Anita has rented out land, you need to understand Anita कुछ नहीं कर रही है यहाँ पे. So even if you do not get into a lot of technicalities of whether something has been leased or rented, you can understand that given the options as well, she's not liable because she's not directly involved in day-to-day operations. She's not related to it at all. When we talk about individual or entities involved in financing, supporting or facilitating such activities, this is direct helping in such actions. For instance, राहुल ओन कर रहा है, कोई और पैसे दे रहा है. राहुल ओन कर रहा है, कोई और मटेरियल से सपोर्ट कर रहा है. राहुल ओन कर रहा है और कोई और उसको परमिशन दे रहा है कि हाँ ये भी कर लो, ये भी कर लो, ये भी. दैट इज फैसिलिटेशन. बट अगर जस्ट मेरा लैंड उसने खरीद रखा है, मेरा लैंड उसने रेंट पे ले रखा है, मेरा लैंड उसने लीज कर रखा है, that is not something which entirely affects. So हाँ अगर रेंट भी क्या होता then Aradhya that depends on the wording or the rental agreement which is talked about. अगर रेंटल अग्रीमेंट इस फॉर्म की है कि हाँ जो अनीता है वो बार बार आके चेक्स करेगी in every couple of days, Anita comes and checks it, या फिर every week she visits, or she can still visit. If that is the kind of rental agreement they have, then yes. If it is something that she has rented it out for a year and then she has gone to Paris and this piece of land is in India, then again you understand that Anita is not doing anything over here. It is as good as leased, it is as good as just given away to him for that amount of time, and she's not involved. So if she's not involved, then that is perfectly fine. Then no, Anita no longer has a responsibility or life. Because also you need to understand, dangerous thing will be accountable if something dangerous escaped from premises is true, but that dangerous thing has to be brought in by that person. So here, Anita is not the one who brings anything into her property. Anita is not someone who is looking after her property. For instance, one question which I have come across before was, if someone has a piece of land and unbeknownst to them, maybe a vulture starts living over there and that vulture attacks someone. Now, if a person is living on that land, we'll say he does have strict liability because he needs to know कि मेरे land पे क्या आके रह रहा है. But अगर उस land में वो बंदा रह ही नहीं रहा, if that land has been vacated for a long time and then animals are gathering over there, and maybe, or if he has rented it out to somebody, then that person is not involved or aware of anything which is going on, and he's not bringing that dangerous thing onto the place by his own. So then he can't be that. Okay, that was question number 69. Our mic is not working, so let's take on question 72. 72. Saman, this is over. Okay, so okay, yeah, need for escape. Yeah, so when I read the question, I was immediately sure that yeah, the thing is not really escaped, so it is not a problem. But now if you look at it, despite visible bonding, the teenagers came, and then a substantial explosion that causes a significant damage to nearby properties. Now, if it is damaging nearby properties, that means something did escape. That means the fireworks or pyrotechnics did go outside of his property in order to damage the nearby properties. Otherwise, if only the children would have been damaged just because what they were doing, we would not say strict liability applies. But these fireworks escaped. Now that they have escaped because they have damaged the nearby properties, Saman is also liable. So this is the difference because, I mean, in the wording, it has never written that the fireworks moved out. But what happened was that in the question, it is mentioned that nearby properties were damaged. And nearby properties cannot be damaged without something having escaped. So therefore, we need to infer that the fireworks escaped, and therefore the essentials are fulfilled, and therefore he is liable. Does that make sense, Parth? Moving on to question number 78. And the question would be not be a, I think 78 में मेरे को भी issue था. Yes, 78. I'll also say B is the correct option and not C, because Arya will not be held accountable for negligence because she made an effort to assist Sakura. The fact that she made an effort to assist Sakura does not really make a lot of sense, because as the doctors are also making an effort to assist someone, and if they do something wrong or if they are negligent in that duty and or in that effort to assist someone, that does not directly take them away from their accountability. But Arya will not be held accountable since she had no duty of care towards Sakura. That makes more sense. Now, if you look at the explanation, this says the passage does not suggest that Arya had no duty of course, because she emphasizes sense of responsibility and subsequent actions. Her own personal sense of responsibility for doing something does not really mean that she owes a duty of care to someone. A duty of care generally refers to a legal responsibility to do something. Like if you go to a doctor, the doctor agrees to help you, then he has a legal responsibility to be helping you. This duty of care does not entirely stem from a moral standpoint that I want to help someone even if I am not a doctor. That means I do not have a duty of care towards them. So Arya does not have a duty of care. So according to me, the option should be B. We move to question 53 and 54. Let me finish Parth's question first. Okay, 89. Let me visit 89. Okay, it is some reasoning practice, but Let me just go through it quickly. Forgetting something is forgetting something is helpful to retain our mental balance. Okay, so I was also I mean, there is a misprint. Forgetting some things is acceptable for the greater good of our sanity. Forgetting something that's acceptable to retain our mental balance. These two options were very close, and of course, A में थोड़ा सा वो था, जिसकी वजह से वो था कि हम should I go for A or should I go for B? And the explanation also does not entirely agree, मतलब does not entirely cover it because the specific instances only the general forgetfulness is helpful. Now, forgetting some things is acceptable for the greater good of our sanity versus to retain our mental balance. Now, the only reason I chose option C over option A was that for the greater good of our sanity is very weirdly phrased. It does not entirely say that if you do not forget things, you will go insane, your sanity will be lost. Greater good of sanity is too extreme, in my opinion. Otherwise, of course, forgetting some things is acceptable for the greater good of sanity. Forgetting some things is acceptable to retain our mental balance. Both are very close. And if C was not over here, then A would be the correct option. But when we compare greater good of our sanity to retention of mental balance, we understand that the passage talks more about just having a mental balance, being positive, and being able to balance things, more than it talks about going entirely insane. The passage does not say you'll go insane. The passage does not say you'll need to see a doctor. The passage does not say anything like that. The passage just talks about basic mental balance and basic mental peace. So retention of mental balance is better phrasing than greater good of personality. Okay, perfect. Now, can you discuss the next question? First, I'll take 60. Okay, legal में 62 बचा है. And okay, let me move to 62. Radha, which question do you want? Just the one after carbs. You mean question 90? I'll come back to it then. Just mention the question number, please. Okay, let's take question 62 first, then I'll go for 53 and 54. Question 62. Yeah, I think the problem with this was the answer given was incorrect due to some error, but now that has been corrected, right? Earlier, the explanation given over here was related to res jurisdicta, but now that has been changed and this has been given. Does anybody still have a problem with question 62? I think there are issues with 61 as well. So let's just go through this entire question once because due to the solution being given incorrect, there were issues all over. Now, first let's talk about the passage. The passage talks about the patent law, right? And it talks about how the Article 21 gives life protection of life and personal liberty to every citizen, and the right to health is integral. Right? So that means everybody should be getting proper medicine, everybody should be getting their right to health, regardless of the situation surrounding this. Now, Section 3D of the Patents Act talk about ensure that patented products do not stay patent for a long time by making minor or significant modifications. So, Section 3D talks about evergreening. That means if every time my patent is about to expire, I make a small change. I say, give me that patent once more. That is just like me asking for a evergreen or consistent patent, which is not entirely ethical. That's why this provision was made. Then evergreening is defined. Then compulsory licensing is authorization and permitting a third party to make, use, or sell a patented invention without the patent owner's consent. Compulsory licensing happens in a lot of cases where the cost is not really is too high and normal people who really need that medicine are not being able to use it. which was the whole reason why Article 21 was mentioned, because I have a right to health, I have a right to get that medicine, and if you're selling it at a price where I can't really afford it, that means no, that makes no sense. And then a lot of foreign medicines are also allowed to be made in India through this compulsory licensing. I'm sure you might have noticed a couple of such cases in the newspaper. एक recently आया था, I think it was of TB, but I'm not entirely sure. Not recently, a couple of months ago. So that is compulsory licensing. Now pay attention over here. Section 84 of the Indian Patents Act provides for the conditions under which a compulsory license can be granted in the invention. The Section 84 does not talk about does not talk about the procedure to grant it. It just talks about the conditions under which it can be granted. And then the conditions are given. Fine. Now you look at the question. In the context of preventing patent evergreening, which legal provision under the Indian Patent Act empower the controller of an Indian paper to apply for compulsory license when certain conditions are met? Firstly, notice this part. When certain conditions are not met by the patent holders, so that means the certain conditions part is already given. So that means Section 84 applicable हो नहीं रहा है यहाँ पे, because ये conditions बता रहा है. But वो conditions हमने question में दे दिया कि they are not met. Secondly, it talks about in the context of preventing patent evergreen. Now, if you pay attention to the passage, थोड़ा सा weirdly mentioned है, but Section 3D of the Patents Act यहाँ से start हो रहा है, and यहाँ तक Section 3D की ही बात हो रही है. That is to say, compulsory licensing against evergreening is applied under Section 3D. 84 just talks about the conditions. So the correct option, even though a lot of people might go for option C, that is Section 84, the correct option is Section 3D. Does that make sense? For 78, the correct option should be B. But I'll move on to the logical section once we're done with all the legal questions. So, be really patient. I hope question 62 is clear to everyone. I'll talk about question 61 as well, because again, here also that same issue was happened. Now, they marketed A drug, then B drug, and then a 2-in-1 solution was made. Right? Now understand, one patent is already existing, another patent is already existing. Just because you mix two things and do not change anything else, then that does not really warrant a patent. Why? Because no novel problem is being solved. A and B were individually solving a problem. C is also solving that same problem by mixing A and B. If, for instance, when you mix A and B, a new problem was also being solved apart from the problem solved by A and B, then we can say C is a novel innovation, C was needed, and therefore it requires a patent. Otherwise, it is just a mixture of the two. It is just like taking two things together. For instance, like these things are not exactly patented, but I'm just giving you an example. If water is patented and let's say lemon is patented, the simple act of putting lemon in water and drinking it cannot be patented. That is not a novel innovation, that is not an invention. Patents are given to people who actually make novel innovations, so that the creativity and the effort and the research they applied to a certain thing, they can get their due in regards to that. When someone takes A and B, mixes it up and makes C, no additional research, no novel innovation, no creativity is used. So we can't really reward that. D. Seventeen. 79 का हाँ B ही होना. Wait. No, she had no duty of care towards that. Yeah, 79 का B होगा. I think it has been. Wait, हमने कौन सा डिस्कस कर लिया? 78 डिस्कस कर लिया है हमने, जिसका I'm saying according to me B ही होना चाहिए. Right? This does not need to be changed. B is the correct answer. मेरे ख्याल से तो B ही होना चाहिए, and that is the one which is making more sense. Moving on to question 79. Huh. Uh, Samantha explained the fatigue. Hmm. So यहाँ पे Samantha was employed and Alex came to her and Samantha said, "This is not my specialty. I can't really help you over." And then Samantha is not responsible for professional negligence and she had no duty of care. Now again, a legal foundation arrives when she says that, okay, this is my specialty, I will treat you, and then she does something wrong. If off the bat Samantha says, यार ये मेरी specialty नहीं है, मैं ये काम नहीं कर सकती, and then somebody comes and says कि यार if then somebody comes and says कि तुमने मेरी मदद कैसे नहीं की, that does not really make a lot of sense because अगर मैं किसी डॉक्टर जो किसी और चीज का डॉक्टर है, for instance, if I go to a dentist and say I'm having a heart attack and the dentist does not help me, that does not mean that he owes me a duty of care and therefore they are doing negligence. This is just something that the doctor said that this is not my specialty, you'll have to wait. If it is not someone's specialty, then they do not owe us a duty of care. They have not accepted to taking care of us, and there is no legal obligation arising. So therefore, B is the correct option. Samantha is not responsible because she had no duty of care. Yeah, 78 का option B ही होना चाहिए. I believe the answer given is incorrect. I believe the answer should be C. I believe the answer should be B. They have given C. And this is not making a lot of sense to me. So 78 according to me should be B only. And 79 तो B ही है. 79 का आंसर दिया भी B है and 79 B ही होना चाहिए. Now somebody had asked 53 and 54. Let me go through 53 and 54. Okay. Let's talk about the passage first. It talks about coercion and undue influence. And if someone has some kind of power over you or some kind of authority over you, if they make you sign a contract or sign a contract on the basis of that, then that contract is not valid. Now the question in particular, this professor, a successful business, over time they developed a close mentor-mentee relationship, and Miss Thompson places complete trust in Professor Anderson. Real or apparent authority. First off, does a mentor have a real or apparent authority over their mentee? I'll say yes. When one particular, and then there is a position of trust. The other party must have been under the influence of the dominant party. There needs to be an unfair advantage. And here, there must be a special relationship between the parties, such as fiduciary relationship or a relationship of trust and confidence. Move back over here. They develop a close mentor-mentee relationship, and Miss Thompson places complete trust in Professor Anderson. And then Professor Anderson uses that trust to convince Miss Thompson to invest a significant amount in the groundbreaking educational initiative. Right? So now you can see that yes, as Professor Anderson is quoted, his trusted position with Miss Thompson to influence her into entering that, it does come under undue influence. Right? Does that make sense? I will talk about 53 and 54. मैं किसकी बात कर रहा हूँ? हाँ, 53 की बात कर रहा हूँ. Perfect. Moving on to 54. In legal, you do not need to think a lot. Just case लो, case के main points को passage के essential से मिलाना शुरू करो. Given the scenario where Mr. Thomas considered a financial advisory service about Professor Anderson's proposal, and after receiving guidance, he chose to invest. Now, the other party must have been under the influence of the dominant party and must not have exercised its free will in entering a contract. Now, when Mr. Thompson went ahead and consulted a financial advisory instead of just listening to Professor Anderson, that means he was not under undue influence. He was not just listening to Professor Anderson. He had gone about, exercised his own free will, and then made that decision. No, as Mr. Thompson wishes to invest on independent advice from the financial advisory service, which diminishes the potential impact of any undue influence. Because again, अगर Professor Anderson ने मुझे बोला और उसके बाद भी मेरे पास इतनी फ्री विल थी कि मैं कंसल्ट करूं, अपने डिसीजन पे आऊं, एंड देन आई मेड द डिसीजन. दैट मीन्स इज नॉट प्रोफेसर एंडरसन्स fault, it is my. Does that make sense? How to increase attempts वगैरह मतलब general questions we'll deal with at the end. Also 61 I want to analyze once more, because once while I was giving out the answers, Sun Pharma well-known produce supply various medications for diverse health conditions. They marketed A to manage high blood pressure and B to reduce cholesterol factors. Many patients opted to buy A and B. Following extensive research and development, Sun Pharma introduced a new medication for managing this, utilize various components already. Okay, I'm extremely sorry for this. I think इसका आंसर D होना चाहिए. I'll explain जो मैंने explanation दी थी और जो explanation actually लगेगी वो different कैसे है. I'm extremely sorry for this. So basically what's happening here is that first it's explicitly mentioned that extensive research and development was involved. तो अगर research and development हो रही है, that means कुछ novel करने की कोशिश की गई है. Further, यहाँ पे main difference point आ रहा है. So utilize various components already present in A and B, but nowhere is it written कि simply A and B को mix किया है. So various components लिए हैं, and then when you say something utilize various components of A and B, other things are also mentioned. Other things are also utilized, and then components used. So then that can count as a novel medicine which solves the problem of A and B, but other components भी है, अलग research involved है. So we can say does not constitute patent evergreen. And option C and D में से option D better क्यों है? Again because the language pertains more to the passage, patent evergreen को tackle किया गया है, and the modification is novel, substantial, and addresses the issues. Right? It is different from just Nimbu and Pani because research and development is involved and various components are used, but still अलग से भी components use हुए हैं. A better example for this one would be if a tire has been introduced and a cart in terms of carrying something is introduced. Just because a car involves tires and a car involves carrying something does not mean a car is not novel. We have the components of tire and a cart are used, but novel research and development is also involved. So इसका D होना चाहिए. I'm extremely sorry for that confusion. Maruti, I just discussed 54. So I mean, I've covered 54 already. I hope there are no issues. 53 and 54, I just took. All right. 53, 54 हो गया. 79 and 78 we've covered. 82. Yeah, sure. I'll go through 82 once. Okay. Okay, first let's talk about the passage. The passage was fairly standard, fairly simple. It was a simple Indian Contracts Act passage talking about offer and the essentials of a contract. There is offer and acceptance, competent parties, lawful consideration, and free consent. Right. Now, this passage, this question I did not like because the phrasing of the options were not okay. But then again, regardless of what the phrasing comes, we need to learn how to solve that question by getting into the mind of the person who made the question. So again, everything is fine, but the gift है, so camera अपना बेचना है. Now what happens is when we decline the offer, it resorts to playful banter. The fact that playful banter over here is used kind of undermines what the question is actually trying to do, because then it is elaborated, suggesting that he might reveal embarrassing childhood stories unless B agrees to buy the camera. Now this is basically a threat. This is basically a threat to embarrass someone. This is basically a threat. So just calling it playful banter undermines what it really is. I mean, I don't know why the question is trying to gaslight us, but this is not playful banter, this is a threat. And eventually B agrees to purchase the camera. So this makes it seem like this threat is what made B agree to purchase the camera. Now if we look at the options, since B willingly agreed, no, he did not willingly agree. given the presence of valid offer and acceptance, no, there was not valid offer and acceptance. The acceptance was not free. Since all the necessary elements, no, not all the necessary elements are met. Therefore, the best option is C. Although the statement that through playful banter, I don't really like, it should have been something better. That this agreement should have been like it was given under a threat. Consensus ad item, that is a meeting of mind should have been happened. The consent is said to be free when it is not influenced by fraud, misrepresentation, coercion, mistake, or undue influence. Where it was basically coercion, saying that I'll reveal embarrassing stories about yourself. Perfect. So again, sometimes these kind of words are used in questions. This is not entirely the fault of the question maker as well. These things happen because a lot of times what we need to do is understand कि हाँ यार ये A, B और D तो सेंस नहीं बना रहा. प्लेफुल बैंटर को अगर मैं क्वेश्चन के कंटेक्स्ट में समझूं और फिर अप्लाई करूं तो सेंस बना रहा है कि हाँ सी ऑप्शन होना चाहिए. सो दैट इज हाउ यू नीड टू लुक एट क्वेश्चंस. 53 54 हो चुके हैं. एनी अदर क्वेश्चंस और इज देयर एनीथिंग जो मेंशन हुआ है और मैंने मिस कर दिया है? 89 मैंने कवर कर लिया क्या? Yes, 89 I've covered. Is there anything else left? If you want, मैं एक बार वापस 53 and 54 briefly discuss कर सकता हूँ, मारुति, if you really want that to happen. Sargun would like to speak. Radosh, are you
You
here?
can unmute you. You can unmute sir.
Hi, Bhaiya. I wanted to ask कि since this isn't exactly specific question, it's about the whole legal section. Since the options were very close and some were vague, and yet you managed to score a good score. How do you do it, and how can we get to that stage too?
Well, that's a good question, and even though it's a general question, let's give it the context of the mock. For instance, in a lot of questions, it was happening that legal में specifically क्या होता है, yes होना है कि no होना है, वहां तक भी reach. उसके बाद which to select, which to reject is where the entire problem lies. So there are two steps for that. First is understanding what the passage was trying to say, understanding which one is a more legal language, which one uses more legal language. Let's talk about question 79. Now, in this question, we entirely knew that Samantha is not accountable, Samantha is accountable. First, distinction comes whether we know whether she is responsible or not. Here, we were able to analyze क्या responsible तो नहीं है बेचारी Samantha, उसकी क्या गलती है अगर उसको वो नहीं आता तो. She's a nutritionist. Moving on, now we need to understand कि इन दोनों option में से better क्या है. Look at this. Samantha is not accountable for professional negligence as her working hours had concluded. As her working hours are concluded, firstly, it's not, it does not make a lot of sense just to say कि उसके working hours conclude हो गए, इसीलिए नहीं है. अगर कोई डॉक्टर अपने ऑफिस से बाहर जा रहा है और उस डॉक्टर के पास तुम लोग चले जाओ और बोलो यार मेरे को हार्ट अटैक आ रहा है डॉक्टर प्लीज है, उस टाइम पे अगर डॉक्टर हेल्प्स यू आउट या डॉक्टर सेज ओके आई लुक इनटू इट, so that means he does have a duty of care. He does have, because there is an implicit legal duty we have towards saving lives, जिसकी वजह से काफी सारे लॉज में एक्सेप्शन होता है कि अगर आप किसी की जान बचाने के लिए कुछ कर रहे हो तो you get some certain immunities. So therefore in law we have a certain implicit immunity to help in saving someone's life. अब अगर डॉक्टर है और डॉक्टर के सामने कोई हार्ट अटैक पेशेंट आया है, even if doctor is just getting out of his office, he still owes a responsibility to stabilize that person because he has that capability. Here the problem is कि जो issue सीख कर रहा है एलेक्स, वो समांथा ट्रीट ही नहीं कर सकती. अगर समांथा ट्रीट ही नहीं कर सकती तो just because her working hours are concluded is not the actual reason why we are not giving her a duty of care. The actual reason why we are not giving her a duty of care is because उसको आता ही नहीं है. She has no duty of care because अगर होती भी तो भी वो कुछ नहीं कर सकती थी. There is no legal obligation arising over here. So similarly, first, yes or no में differentiate करना सीखो. Second step, Move to the option which is more relevant to the passage. जैसे जो पेटेंट एवरग्रीनिंग वाला पैसेज था, आई थिंक क्वेश्चन 61 में ही 62 में डिस्कस किया था, 62 नहीं 61. So here two options are yes, yes because C represents entirely new medication. True, entirely new है मतलब firstly entirely new नहीं है, novel modification है because A और B के component choose किए हैं, but ठीक है entirely new है, ठीक है. Offering same benefits compared to separate use of AI. This is a very general statement, whereas when you look at option D, देख के ही मेरे को लग रहा है यार पेटेंट एवरग्रीनिंग जो पैसेज पूरी बात कर रहा है काफी इंपॉर्टेंटली वो वाली चीज मेंशन्ड है. समटाइम्स यू कैन जस्ट रिजॉर्ट टू बिल्कुल अपने इम्पल्सेस पे जाना कि भाई ये कोई कॉम्प्लिकेटेड शब्द यूज हुआ है, ये पैसेज में भी यूज हुआ था, जस्ट फॉर दैट रीजन दिस इज अ बेटर आंसर. मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम्स इतनी सी अप्रोच आल्सो वर्क्स, बट अगेन इफ यू एनालाइज इट इट इज आल्सो मेकिंग मोर सेंस. थिंक अबाउट इट दिस वे, अगर आपके पास ये सेम केस, व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज इमेजिन कि आपका ये केस और आप किसी लॉयर के पास लेके गए हो और उसके बाद लॉयर आपको ये एक्सप्लेनेशन दे रहा है या लॉयर आपको कोर्ट में डिफेंड करने के लिए ये एक्सप्लेनेशन दे रहा है, तो कौन सी एक्सप्लेनेशन आपको बेटर लगेगी, कौन सी एक्सप्लेनेशन आपको ज्यादा ट्रस्ट दिलवाएंगे उस लॉयर में कि ये पढ़ा लिखा लॉयर. जो ऑप्शन आपको लगे कि मेरे को ज्यादा ट्रस्ट दिलवा रहे मेरे लॉयर, दैट इज द करेक्ट ऑप्शन. अब यहाँ पे अगर मेरा लॉयर ये बोले और मेरा ऑप्शन ये, मेरा लॉयर ये बोले, मेरे को ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस तब आएगा जब मेरा ऑप्शन ये बोलेगा दिस इज योर ऑनर, दिस डज नॉट कॉन्स्टिट्यूट पेटेंट एवरग्रीनिंग. तो इस टाइप की चीजें जब मैं बोलता सुनूंगा मेरे को थोड़ा सा ज्यादा कॉन्फिडेंस आए. दिस इज अ वियर्ड वे टू लुक एट इट बट इट मेक्स सेंस. बाकी इफ यू हैव अ पर्टिकुलर क्वेश्चन इन दिस पर्टिकुलर मॉक जिसमें आपको ये कंफ्यूजन हुआ एंड यू आर नॉट एबल टू रीच द करेक्ट ऑप्शन, डू लेट मी नो, वी विल डिस्कस दैट इन पर्टिकुलर उस क्वेश्चन की बात कर लेंगे. ओके, और जनरल क्वेश्चंस आने लग गए हैं, सो दैट मींस आई एम अज्यूमिंग किसी और को मॉक स्पेसिफिक डाउट्स नहीं है. एनी मॉक स्पेसिफिक डाउट्स लेफ्ट? सरगुन, इज देयर एनी क्वेश्चन लीगल जिसमें इस बार आपके साथ ऐसा हुआ कि आप दो ऑप्शन में से सही ऑप्शन की तरफ नहीं जा पाए लीगल? अगर हुआ तो वी कैन डिस्कस, यू कैन गो थ्रू द क्वेश्चंस. ओके, परफेक्ट. Now, I guess, given that nobody seems to have any other questions जो उससे related है mock से, we can take a couple of general questions very quickly. Firstly, the common question, GK. GK का basic सा वो है कि backlog कैसे cover करना है. One mistake which a lot of people do is backlog cover करने को वो लोग गिनते हैं कि मैं दिन में 6 घंटे पढ़ रहा हूँ, मेरा बैकलॉग है 2 महीने का, मैं कैसे कवर करूँ. यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड आपका बैकलॉग इसलिए है क्योंकि जब आप पढ़ रहे होने चाहिए थे उस टाइम पे आपने पढ़ाई नहीं की. सो अब अगर मैं रोज 6 घंटे पढ़ रहा हूँ उसी में मैं एक्सपेक्ट करूँ कि मैं बैकलॉग भी पढ़ लूंगा, सो दैट डज नॉट मेक अ लॉट ऑफ सेंस. अगर मैंने कुछ एक्स्ट्रा काम ऐसा है जो नहीं किया तो अब मेरे को एक्स्ट्रा काम करना पड़ेगा टू कवर इट आउट. देयरफॉर व्हाट यू नीड टू डू इज, अगर मैं दिन के 6 घंटे पढ़ रहा हूँ तो दिन के 7-8 घंटे पढ़ना स्टार्ट करो जब तक आपका बैकलॉग कवर नहीं. दैट इज वन थिंग, यू नीड टू बी गिविंग एक्स्ट्रा टाइम टू कवर एक्स्ट्रा मटेरियल. अदरवाइज क्या होगा, करंट वाला बैकलॉग बनता रहेगा एंड दिस साइकिल गोज ऑन फॉर एवर. तो दैट इज समथिंग दैट यू नीड टू अवॉइड. उसके बाद जीके के सोर्सेज ऑफ कोर्स लिमिटेड रखो. आई डिड मेक नोट्स डेली फ्रॉम द न्यूज़पेपर, दैट आई फील हेल्प्स अ लॉट, बिकॉज फिर जब भी आप कुछ पढ़ रहे हो तो आपको ऐसा लगता है कि यार ये मेरे को ऑलरेडी आता है, विच गिव्स यू अ लॉट ऑफ कॉन्फिडेंस. एंड अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम्स यू नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड कि मैं कंपेंडियम पढ़ रहा हूँ, दैट इज फाइन, पर एक कंपेंडियम बन कहाँ से रहे, मोस्टली न्यूज़पेपर से ही बन रहे हैं. एंड जो भी क्लैट का पेपर बना रहा है, एलिट का पेपर बना रहा है, वो ये कंपेंडियम्स पढ़ के पेपर नहीं बना रहा है, वो न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ के पेपर बना रहा है बाय चांस. So therefore, analyzing a newspaper, reading a newspaper properly, and then making notes from it is always helpful. अगर आपको लगे कि नहीं यार ये सब तो ऑलरेडी कवर हो रहा है मेरी कंपेंडियम में, तो लुक एट इट एज रिविजन. कोई भी चीज जितनी ज्यादा बार पढ़ोगे उतनी ज्यादा आपके लिए हेल्पफुल होगी, उतना ज्यादा आपको याद रहेगा. So हर केस में इट इज गोइंग टू हेल्प यू अ लॉट एंड you should definitely be doing. Right, so I was stopped presenting my screen since जो मेन क्वेश्चंस थे वो कवर हो गए. जीके के ही पहले से कवर कर लेता हूँ. हाँ जी, ओके, फर्स्ट जीके कवर करता हूँ. न्यूज़पेपर के लिए अगेन द बेस्ट टू न्यूज़पेपर्स आर द हिंदू एंड द इंडियन एक्सप्रेस, एवरीबडी नोज दैट. I personally used to read both of them because after a while मेरी reading speed इतनी अच्छी हो गई थी that within 1.5 hour I used to cover both the newspapers and make. So अगर आप 1.5 to 2 hours भी दे रहे हो अपने न्यूज़पेपर को, that is perfectly fine. If you feel कि मेरी reading speed इतनी increase हो गई है कि मैं दोनों cover कर सकूं, instead of reading a novel, I'd say read the novel, read the newspaper. Maybe read it twice, मतलब दोनों newspaper पढ़ लो, does not matter. It is going to help, extra division होगी और कुछ ना कुछ छोटे छोटे tidbits न्यू मिल जाएंगे. जैसे द हिंदू के एडिटोरियल इंग्लिश ये सब थोड़े से हायर लेवल, बट इंडियन एक्सप्रेस का एक्सप्लेन सेक्शन इज रियली गुड. तो इसीलिए दोनों न्यूज़पेपर्स में कुछ पॉजिटिव बेनिफिट्स है. सो इफ यू हैव इनफ टाइम, इफ योर रीडिंग स्पीड हैज रीच्ड अ लेवल वेयर यू कैन रीड बोथ ऑफ देम, एल्स दोनों पढ़ लो इंस्टेड ऑफ वेस्टिंग योर टाइम एल्सवेयर स्टार्टिंग रीडिंग नॉवेल्स. नॉवेल्स वगैरह पढ़ना इज द फर्स्ट स्टेप टू गेन एन इंटरेस्ट टुवर्ड्स रीडिंग. एक बार रीडिंग में इंटरेस्ट आ गया, एक बार आपको पता है कि मैं सिटिंग लगा सकता हूँ, उसके बाद इंस्टेड ऑफ फोकसिंग ऑन नॉवेल स्टार्ट फोकसिंग ऑन समथिंग व्हिच एक्चुअली मैटर्स. ये वन ऐसे पे आप वो वाले एसेस पढ़ सकते हो जो आपके जी. ओके, ये वाला भी जीके से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चन है तो ये उठाता हूँ. व्हाट इज द मैक्सिमम टाइम व्हिच कैन अलॉट टू अ टॉपिक ऑफ जीके? सी दिस इज वेरी सब्जेक्टिव इन टर्म्स ऑफ आपको एक टॉपिक कवर करने में एक्चुअली टाइम कितना लगता है. सेकेंडली इट इज ऑल्सो सब्जेक्टिव अपॉन व्हाट टॉपिक यू आर कवरिंग. अगर इसराइल पैलेस्टीन जैसा टॉपिक कवर करने बैठ रहे हो देन दैट हैज अ लॉट ऑफ हिस्ट्री इन्वॉल्व, इट इज गोइंग टू टेक अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम. यही कुछ एक सिंपल सा था कि जनवरी की रिपब्लिक डे परेड देखनी है, उसमें कौन आया था, क्या हुआ था. तो दैट इज स्मॉल टॉपिक. ऑफ कोर्स थोड़ा बहुत हिस्ट्री होगा बट कंपेयर टू द हिस्ट्री ऑफ इजराइल पैलेस्टीन इट इज गोइंग टू टेक अ लेसर अमाउंट ऑफ टाइम. सो गिव इट इनफ टाइम कि आपका कवर हो जाए. डोंट ट्राई टू रश पास्ट योर बैकलॉग बिकॉज दैट डज नॉट मेक सेंस. वो बैकलॉग एक्चुअली कवर नहीं हो रहा है, बस आपको ब्रीफ आइडिया वेगली आइडिया लग रहा है. तो इसलिए इंस्टेड ऑफ फोकसिंग ऑन कितना टाइम, डू व्हाट यू कैन. कि ठीक है मेरे को आधा घंटा 1 घंटा भी लग गया, अगर टॉपिक क्रिस्टल क्लियर हो गया दैट मैटर्स मच मच मोर देन जस्ट कवरिंग बैकलॉग फॉर द सेक ऑफ कवरिंग. फाइनली एक बार सोर्सेज की बात कर लेते हैं जीके की. न्यूज़पेपर्स परफेक्ट. कंपेंडियम, कंपेंडियम एट से कोई भी एक फॉलो करो, जो भी आप कोचिंग ले रहे हो, जो भी आप मेंटरशिप ले रहे हो, कोई भी एक कंपेंडियम इज मोर देन इनफ बिकॉज मोस्ट कंपेंडियम्स कवर एवरीथिंग. एनएलटीआई की कंपेंडियम कर रहे हो, एनएलटीआई की कंपेंडियम, क्लैट पोस्ट कर रहे हो, क्लैट एक्सप्रेस कर रहे हो, कुछ भी कर रहे हो, डू नॉट ट्राई टू डू ऑल द कंपेंडियम्स एट द सेम टाइम. कोई एक कंपेंडियम उठा लो, उससे कवर करो बेस्ड ऑन लॉ. अगर आपको एक्स्ट्रा एज देना है, एक्स्ट्रा पॉलिश करना है, कुछ पुराने टॉपिक्स कवर करने हैं, देन यू कैन रेफर टू कोई भी एक यूपीएससी कंपेंडियम, दैट इज विजन या दृष्टि आईएएस में से कुछ एक उठा लो, इसको कर सकते हो. बट बी वेरी केयरफुल, यू डू नॉट नीड टू फॉल इन टू डीप इनटू दैट. थोड़ा ऊपर ऊपर रहना. फाइनली एक अपनी जीके क्लासेस के नोट्स अच्छे से बनाओ, उनको अच्छे से देखो एंड दोज आर अबाउट इट. सोर्सेस बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपैंड नहीं करने. और मॉक में जो भी जीके आ रही है प्लीज स्टार्ट नोटिंग दैट डाउन एंड एनालाइजिंग इट कि कौन से मंथ से आई है, कहाँ से आई है, एंड अगर मेरे को नहीं आती थी तो मेरे को क्यों नहीं आती. एंड अगर अगर मॉक की कोई जीके रिपीट हो कभी भी तो वो आपकी हमेशा सही ही होनी चाहिए. मूविंग ऑन, सोर्सेज टू लर्न एंड प्रैक्टिस फॉर. सो यार मैंने तो बस अपनी क्लासेस पे फोकस किया था एंड देन आरएसएम्स एंड जीएम भी वो सब सॉल्व कर लिया था एंड दैट प्रूव टू बी मोर देन इनफ. सो sources primarily of course is your classes for concepts. अगर आपको लग रहा है आपके कॉन्सेप्ट स्ट्रॉन्ग है, आपको प्रैक्टिस और करनी है, आपके मटेरियल जो आपकी कोचिंग या आपकी मेंटरशिप ने दिया है वो कंप्लीट हो गया है, उसके बाद ऐड से मूव ऑन टुवर्ड्स आरएस अग्रवाल एंड एमके पांडे. ये दो चीजें सॉल्व कर सकते हो आप. उसके अलावा इट इजंट रियली रिक्वायर्ड क्वांट, बहुत ज्यादा डिफिकल्ट नहीं आ रही है क्लैट में. इंस्टेड यू नीड मोर प्रैक्टिस टू इंक्रीज योर स्पीड एंड कैलकुलेशन फास्ट कर लिया. तो उसके लिए थोड़ी सी चीजें याद कर सकते हो, टेबल थोड़ा आगे से आगे तक याद कर सकते हो, स्क्वायर्स थोड़ा आगे तक याद कर सकते हो. दैट इज गुड. लीगल एंड लॉजिकल में सबको थोड़ा सा इशू है. एंड हाउ मच वन लॉट टू ईच सेक्शन, हाउ मच वन लॉट टू ईच सेक्शन अगेन इज वेरी सब्जेक्टिव डिपेंडिंग ऑन योर प्रोफिशिएंसी इन ईच सेक्शन. बाय एंड लार्ज इंग्लिश 20-25 मिनट से ज्यादा नहीं लेनी चाहिए. जीके जीके जो है उसको डिपेंडिंग ऑन किस टाइप की जीके आई है. अगर रीडिंग बेस्ड आई है देन ऑफ कोर्स यू विल टेक व्हाट 10-15 मिनट्स. इफ अगर रीडिंग बेस्ड है तो अगेन इट रिक्वायर 20 मिनट्स. अगर नॉर्मल जीके है तो 10 मिनट में सारे क्वेश्चंस हो जाते हैं, इनफैक्ट 5 मिनट्स में भी हो सकते हैं. लीगल रिक्वायर्स द मोस्ट टाइम, उसको 30-35 मिनट्स तक भी पुश कर सकते हो। एंड लॉजिकल शुड बी टेकिंग अगेन 25 मिनट्स अप्रॉक्स, 20-25 मिनट्स, 25 मिनट्स लग जाते हैं, 30 तक भी कभी कभी स्ट्रेच हो जाता है। एंड क्वांट में शुड नॉट बी टेकिंग मोर देन 15 मिनट्स। ओके, एंड इंक्रीज एक्यूरेसी करते हैं लॉजिकल लीगल की इंडिविजुअली एक बार बात कर लेते हैं। टिप्स फॉर लॉजिकल रीजनिंग, व्हाट शुड बी द ऑर्डर टू अटेम्प्ट द क्लैट पेपर। ऑर्डर टू अटेम्प्ट द क्लैट पेपर इज वेरी वेरी सब्जेक्टिव, जो भी आपके लिए वर्क कर रहा है। बट फॉर मी पर्टिकुलरली, एज आई सेड, मैं ओएमआर खराब कर देता हूँ, इसलिए मैं नॉर्मल ऑर्डर में ही चलता हूँ। आइडियली इट इज रिकमेंडेड कि रीडिंग सेक्शंस को स्पेस आउट कर दो जीके और क्वांट से, बिकॉज अ लॉट ऑफ रीडिंग से हेडेक होने लग जाता है, कॉम्प्रिहेंशन स्लो हो जाता है। सो आइडियली ऐसा कर सकते हो कि इंग्लिश के बाद अगर जीके आ गई तो लीगल के बाद पहले मैंने क्वांट कर लिया, फिर मैं लॉजिकल पे चला गया। सो वट एवर वर्क्स फॉर यू, यू विल हैव टू एक्सपेरिमेंट अ लॉट टू फिगर इट आउट व्हाट वर्क्स फॉर यू। अभी टाइम है, विद इन 3 months बिफोर द पेपर फाइनलाइज कर लो प्लीज कि कैसे अटेम्प्ट कर रहे हो, एंड देन स्टिक टू इट। ट्राई कपल ऑफ कॉम्बिनेशंस, कुछ तीन चार मॉक्स एक पर्टिकुलर कॉम्बिनेशन से ट्राई करके देखो, एंड स्टिक टू दैट। ओके, बेसिक रीडिंग स्पीड एंड अटेम्प्ट्स कैसे बढ़ते हैं। रीडिंग स्पीड अगेन, एज मच एज यू रीड, जितनी अच्छी वोकैब होगी, जितनी अच्छी डाइवर्स रीडिंग हो रही होगी, जितना सब कुछ फेमिलियर लगना शुरू हो जाएगा, उतनी रीडिंग स्पीड बढ़ जाएगी। जैसे मैं टॉक अबाउट दिस मॉक इन पर्टिकुलर, अगर आप इंग्लिश के पैसेजेस देखो, सारे करंट अफेयर से रिलेटेड है, सारे बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट रिसेंट न्यूज है जो मोस्ट प्रॉब्ली आप लोगों ने पढ़ी होगी। और अगर आपने ये सब पढ़ रखा है तो ऑब्वियसली सेकंड टाइम जब आप पढ़ रहे होगे तो इजी लगता है। काफी बार ऐसा हुआ है कि अगर आप न्यूज़पेपर सारे अच्छे से पढ़ रहे हो, एडिटोरियल्स पढ़ रहे हो, तो पूरा का पूरा पैसेज आपने पढ़ा हुआ, दिस ऑफ कोर्स गोइंग टू सेव अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम फॉर यू। So if you increase reading speed, your number of attempts are also bound to increase because of other questions are solved. If it takes a lot of time for you to make a table, यार मतलब I want to give a proper tip, but वैसे तो मेन चीज प्रैक्टिस की है, जितना प्रैक्टिस करोगे उतना बेटर होता जाएगा। बट इन टर्म्स ऑफ एनी ट्रिक और समथिंग, मेक श्योर कि आप जो जो इन्फॉर्मेशन पैसेज में पढ़ क्वेश्चन में पढ़ रहे हो, वो साथ के साथ नोट डाउन करते रहो अपने पेपर में, और नीटली नोट डाउन करो। और आपको क्वेश्चन से बार बार पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं पड़नी चाहिए। फॉर्म अ नोटेशन व्हिच व्हाटएवर सूट्स यू बेस्ट, एंड वो लिखना स्टार्ट कर दो। बिकॉज़ लॉट ऑफ टाइम मैं लीगल में भी ऐसा करता हूँ कि आई मेक सर्टेन सिंबल्स एंड नोट देम डाउन ऑन द पेपर। सिमिलरली मैं लॉजिक क्वांट में भी ऐसा करता हूँ कि मैं पूरा पैसेज को 2 लाइनों में सिंबल से समाप्त कर देता हूँ, ताकि मेरे को पैसेज को वापस ना देखना पड़े, सिर्फ अपने टेबल पे फोकस करो। और फिर उस टेबल को एक्यूरेटली और नीटली बनाओ, ताकि बार बार कट ना करना पड़े और सीधा एक बार में बच जाए। So basically, do not be afraid to use a lot of space to make that table. काफी लोग ऐसे चिपका चिपका के बनाने की कोशिश करते हैं और कंफ्यूज करते हैं। डोंट डू दैट। Now talking about legal and CR, अगर एक्यूरेसी नहीं इंक्रीज हो रही, सिर्फ फर्स्ट थिंग इज, मेरे को अपना पेपर एनालिसिस और अच्छे से करने की जरूरत है। हर ऑप्शन को एनालाइज करने की जरूरत है और फिगर आउट करने की जरूरत है कि जो सही हो रहा है वो सही क्यों हो रहा है, जो गलत हो रहा है वो गलत क्यों हो रहा है। बिकॉज मॉक देने का तब तक फायदा नहीं जब तक मैं उसे एनालाइज नहीं कर रहा, क्वेश्चन तब तक अटेम्प्ट करने का फायदा नहीं जब तक मुझे ये नहीं पता कि वो क्वेश्चन सही क्यों हुआ या गलत क्यों हुआ। हर ऑप्शन पता होना चाहिए। अगर आपका कोई ऑप्शन गलती से सही हो गया तो काफी लोग उसको इग्नोर कर देते हैं कि यार ये तो सही हो गया, इसको थोड़ा एनालाइज करना है। लॉट ऑफ टाइम यू डोंट रियलाइज कि तुमने 2 ऑप्शन में मिडल डाउन करके तुक्का मारा था। तो उसको प्लीज क्वेश्चन पेपर में मार्क कर लो, एंड देन व्हेन यू आर एनालाइजिंग द पेपर और सीइंग द आंसर की, उसको भी एनालाइज करो, and start writing down the reasons why the question went wrong. Start writing down the tips that you learned from a question. हर क्वेश्चन से एक थोड़ी सी लर्निंग आती है कि मैंने कुछ भी गलत किया तो गलत क्यों किया, सही किया तो सही क्यों किया। सो दैट इज समथिंग जो आपको हर एक मॉक सिखाएगा। अगर आप कोई भी क्वेश्चन गलत कर रहे हो और उसके बाद आपके पास लिखने के लिए कुछ नहीं है ना कि ये गलत हुआ तो गलत क्यों हुआ, या कोई रूल नहीं नया निकल के आया आपके पास, सपोज आपने एक assumption का क्वेश्चन गलत कर दिया, एंड गलत क्यों किया, बिकॉज रीस्टेटमेंट ऑफ प्रेमिस को आपने सिलेक्ट कर, तो आप अपने एनालिसिस कॉपी में लिख दो, रीस्टेटमेंट ऑफ प्रेमिस इज नेवर एन assumption। अगली बार कभी ये सेम गलती नहीं होगी, मॉक देने से पहले रीड कर लो इस चीज को। सो इस टाइप की गलतियां, इस टाइप के रूल जैसे जैसे आप सीखते चले जाओगे, वैसे वैसे आपकी एक्यूरेसी इंक्रीज होती जाएगी। If you are making errors without having this kind of analysis, without learning anything from it, that means you're going somewhere wrong. You are not analyzing your mocks properly. Please start analyzing your mocks properly. लीगल की बाय एंड लार्ज सबसे बड़ी टिप क्या है कि फर्स्टली इमोशनल नहीं होना, अपने इमोशंस को नहीं लगाना, बिल्कुल भी ऑब्जेक्टिवली देखना है। पैसेज देखना है, लीगल लैंग्वेज समझनी है, उस पैसेज को डायरेक्ट वन टू वन अप्लाई करना है केस पे, इंस्टेड ऑफ ओवर थिंकिंग अबाउट इट कि यार ऐसे भी हो सकता था, ऐसे हुआ तो। एक्सेप्शंस के बारे में कभी नहीं सोचना है अनलेस पैसेज में दे रखा हो। मोस्टली पैसेज में ही उस लॉ के एक्सेप्शन दे रखे होते हैं, एंड अगर पैसेज में कोई लॉ का एक्सेप्शन दिया है देन बी केयरफुल, मोस्ट प्रोबेबली कोई ना कोई क्वेश्चन में वो अप्लाई होगा। फॉर इंस्टेंस अगर कॉन्ट्रैक्ट का क्वेश्चन है और सिर्फ एक्सेप्टेंस वगैरह बता रखा है, परफेक्ट, सॉल्व। But if you see, an exception mentioned है, a contract is not valid if a person under the age of 18 is entering it. Now, ये एक्सेप्शन दे दिया, काफी लोग ध्यान नहीं देते, क्वेश्चन सॉल्व कर रहे होते हैं, देखते नहीं कि एक 17 साल का बच्चे का क्वेश्चन आया था, तुमने नॉर्मल एनालाइज करके सॉल्व कर दिया, you did not pay attention to that exception. So only pay attention to exceptions when they are mentioned in the passage. अगर पैसेज में नहीं है तो एक्सेप्शन दिमाग में, तो नहीं सोचना कि ऐसे भी तो हो सकता था, वी डोंट केयर, एक्चुअल केस नहीं चल रहा। एंड कोई भी चीज प्रूव कैसे होगी, दिस इज ऑल्सो समथिंग विच वी डू नॉट नीड टू थिंक अबाउट। काफी बार लगता है यार ये केस है, इसने चोरी की, कोई देख नहीं रहा था, क्या ये लायबल है? तो दिमाग में आता है यार किसी ने देखा नहीं, किसी को पता नहीं, कोई कुछ प्रूव नहीं कर पा रहा, तो प्रूव नहीं हो पाएगा। डज नॉट मैटर, हमें केस सॉल्व नहीं करना है, हमें जस्ट ये बताना है कि उस लीगल प्रिंसिपल के हिसाब से राइट एंड रॉन्ग क्या है, एंड देयर इज एन ऑब्जेक्टिव राइट एंड रॉन्ग जो आ जाता है वंस यू रीड दैट प्रिंसिपल। सो खुद का दिमाग नहीं लगाना, जस्ट वन टू वन अप्लाई करना है, एंड उसका मोस्टली आंसर आ जाता है। यस और नो तक तो पहुंच ही जाते हैं, देन एज आई सेड जो आपको लॉयर चाहिए उस टाइप का बनाओ। यूनिट में एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग भी आती है, यस आती है। एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग की प्रैक्टिस के लिए अगेन सॉल्व योर आरएसएम, बहुत लिमिटेड 10-11 टॉपिक्स ही है, तो वो आरएसएम वगैरह सॉल्व करो, मटेरियल अपना पूरा लगा लो, उसके बाद आरएस अग्रवाल और एमके पांडे में से जिनकी एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग की बुक्स अच्छी है वो कर लो। बहुत हाई लेवल नहीं आता, बहुत बेसिक एनालिटिकल रीजनिंग ही आती है, with very basic topics like blood relations, syllogisms, ये सब, so you can do that. But हाँ, AILET के लिए this is very important. Analytical reasoning is a make or break section of AILET. Do we have to read the passage of legal section if we are facing more legal topics like torts, IPC and contract? Yes. आई डोंट नो आपके कौन से मेंटोर्स ने बोला है कि बिल्कुल स्किप कर दो, प्लीज अपनी रीडिंग स्पीड ऐसी प्रिपेयर करो, ऐसी बनाओ जिसमें आप सब कुछ रीड कर पा रहे हो। ऑफ कोर्स अगर आपकी रीडिंग स्पीड अभी इतनी बुरी हालत में है कि आप नहीं रीड कर पा रहे हो, या स्किप हो जा रहा है या मिस हो जा रहा है, देन आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड, ठीक है, जस्ट टू अटेम्प्ट दैट क्वेश्चन आपने जल्दी में कर दिया, बट आइडियली यू नीड टू बी रीडिंग एवरीथिंग, बिकॉज लीगल में लॉ, लीगल सेक्शन में लॉ इज नॉट द गॉड, द पैसेज इज द गॉड। ठीक है, तो अगर हमको लॉ पहले से पता है, दैट डज नॉट रियली हेल्प मी एट ऑल। हम लीगल के प्रिंसिपल सिर्फ इसलिए पढ़ते हैं ताकि पैसेज में इजीली पढ़ पाऊं, इंटरप्रेट कर पाऊं, समझ पाऊं, दैट इज इट। मेरे को उसको अप्लाई कहीं भी नहीं करना है, इनफैक्ट उसकी वजह से काफी बार गलतियां हो जाती है। whenever you reading a passage pretend कि मेरे को लॉ के बारे में कुछ नहीं पता। Because I'll give you a personal example, जब मैंने लीगल के मॉक्स देना स्टार्ट किया, इनिशियली मैं पहुंच गया था 28-29 स्कोर तक, नॉर्मली मेरे 25 प्लस आ रहे। When I learned legal principles, my score took a dip, 20, 19 ऐसे स्कोर्स आने लगते हैं। Why? Because now that I know the law, एक बायस आ गया, जिसको मैं अप्लाई करने लग गया विदाउट रियली पेइंग अटेंशन टू व्हाट द पैसेजेस से। दैट इज समथिंग दैट यू नीड टू अवॉइड, और उसके बाद उन दोनों को जब आप हार्मोनियसली ब्लेंड कर लोगे, उसके बाद फाइनली परफेक्टली आपका आंसर सही हो जाएगा। सो प्लीज रीड द पैसेज, और पैसेज के परटेनिंग ही आंसर। No, I was used to read only the newspaper articles, not from IML. So, no problem. I think that covers almost everything, and I really wish you all the best. Also, बस एक चीज और मैं mention करना चाहूँगा, that is, congratulations to Nishchal Srinivasan. I mean, you all did very well, but yeah, Nishchal Srinivasan did amazingly well. So congratulations to him. So thank you to all of you, and thank you to all of you for attending the session, and thank you to NLTI for giving me this amazing opportunity. The mock was very well made, and I'd also like to thank Anish for giving me the opportunity, and I'd also like to thank Pradosh, my friend and batchmate, and he helped me throughout the process, and yeah, he's just a really amazing person. A lot of thanks to him, and thank you a lot, and all the best for your journey in preparing for the exam. Take care, all of you, and I guess I will be joining.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you guys for spending time on Saturday afternoon here. All the best for your CLAT 2025 and AILET 2025. And going forward, we would like to bring more sessions on such note. Thank you. Thank you, Arjit Bansal, again.